Alright. Check up on some social media. Okay, so I think we are about ready. Yep, we're live there. Let me pop out chat on YouTube. And yeah, we're going to hop right into working on what we're working on. I'm on the right channel. Okay, cool. All right, so we're there. We're there. I launched up to Algora. No, not yet. Okay. Alrighty. All right, so who all's out there today? Hmm. So let's look at the outline so far. All right, so we got the web, the basics, right? And yeah, raw web component syntax. And yeah, what up, Renegade? How you doing? Mosquito, which is an MQTT broker, and yeah, MQTT is basically like a Kafka kind of competitor thing, like message queue stuff. Internet of Things messaging. Okay. So it's less of like a standard message queue and more like focused for that? Okay, so no, they're not necessarily competitors. They can actually work together. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Interesting. Okay. All right, so this is for the life cycle. Oh, interesting, Zokin. I'd never heard of that. Yeah, do you have a link? Because that could be useful. All right, just wanted to make sure you were still in there as a regular. Yeah, let me check that out in a second. And what's up, Rust? Give me. How you doing? All right, so we can actually kick this one out to a new line. All right, and then what's like a simple example we can find? That is not as simple as I would hope. And yeah, I'm good. How are you? Like, what are you up to? God, it's so verbose. Actually, that works. All right. Good job, Super Maven. I'll call that one good. All right. Now, let me check out your link. Hmm. And yeah, I wasn't aware of the shadow root like mode being open. Yeah, nifty. Thank you. Uh, Wait, what just happened here? We see example, my custom element, constructor, super. Oh, that's the life cycle? All right, so there's our example. It's on the life cycle page. Ah, well, that would be part of it. Super Maven didn't quite nail it. Okay, I think that works. We look at the life cycle of when these things are going to happen. We can get rid of that just to simplify that page. So then, yes. An example of props. Ooh. All right, so hold on. For the example, I should probably link out. Ah, right. But it's a bit long. We can shrink that down. Oh, and I didn't use FitVids because it was big. Yeah, all right, so we're not using the FitVids example. All right. Hold on. Mac Mini is really slow again. We don't need the Stream Deck software open. I don't need Get Kraken right now. I know, right? I'm not even going to be able to go pick up the Mac Mini until next week, which is even more annoying. Because, yeah, I didn't make it out there today for video editing reasons. And it turns out my flight tomorrow is way earlier than I thought. Because I forgot how long it takes to fly to the East Coast. Right? Like, I get there at 4, but that's with the time zone change. So, yeah, for like the 6-hour flight to happen, I gotta wake up at basically. I gotta wake up super early. They do. I'm flying to New York first for like 2 days. I probably should have just skipped out on the New York thing, but I don't know. I'm going to go to the terminal.shop event. I think that'll be fun. Oh, and yeah, so I don't know. I'll do that instead of the speaker dinner, which I don't know. Someone convinced me. Oh, and yes, hold on. Before I get too deep into this, um, the voting has begun for Solid Hack. Please vote for Giphium in the app section. And you end up signing in with GitHub to vote. Let's find the Twitter post. And yeah, Twitter is pretty much just for promotional stuff for me at this point. I'm going to stop treating it like a proper social media, and it's just like a news announcement thing. And then it's also on Blue Sky. Let me just post the link from there. And yeah, thanks everyone for, the people that have already interacted with it. Appreciate you. And yeah, what up, Josh? How you doing? All right, and then we copy that link. Oh, no, I don't want to save it to Pocket. I never want to save it to Pocket. All right, and then we pin this all day. So yeah, if you guys could go try and boost that up a bit for me if you get a chance, that would be really helpful. I'd really appreciate it. Right, we launched up. We got the links over here, so giphium.com, and then check it out on Solid Hack and vote for me if you like it. There's other cool projects too to check out. All right, so the part that we're on right now. We've got a good example element. I want to show a good example of props. And hey, what's up, Moshiko? And yeah, sorry, I forgot to reply to your question. I'll just reply to it now. Right? If that helps. Yeah, let me double check your question. All right, so I'm not a fan of Next.js. Can I tell you why? You think you want to switch over from React with Vite to Next.js because of its structure that you like for routing, and it also has a middleware, so you can use it for auth, but you're not entirely sure. Do you need server-side rendering? I think voting's open for like 2 weeks. Moshiko, if you don't need server-side rendering, you don't need Next.js. Yeah, then you don't need Next.js. My problem with Next.js is that they treat server-side rendering as an essential rendering method when it's actually an edge case rendering method. There are very few apps that actually need server-side rendering. You either need static rendering or you need client-side rendering. Server-side rendering is a massive edge case that not many people actually need. The auth that you're thinking of for middleware would only be for back-end auth. You don't have that auth for like front-end routes, you know? And what up, Zero? How you doing? Yeah, my guess is that you just like the file-based routing. Eh. Need to use JSP in Java because SSR is superior. It depends on what app you're making, Fizzo. Like, that's the big thing. Uploading and sharing files. So yeah, right? Like you don't need server-side rendering for that at all. But yeah, it's hard to teach people that. So yeah, Moshiko, you might look into TanStack Router because I believe TanStack Router will end up working just fine for client-side rendering too. The only time you need SSR is if you need SEO. And you have enough routes that re-rendering them statically when data changes, or if the data changes often enough, that re-rendering it statically is not worth it. That's the only time SSR matters. So e-commerce is a good option. Um, car classified ads is a good option. Giant like newspaper sites is a good option. Right? Like giant media sites can make sense because you have enough pages and you have enough people working on it that, re-rendering all the pages when the 20 different editors edit a page, well, yeah, that's untenable. But how many websites are actually those kinds of websites? Very few. So e-commerce and giant media sites. That's about it. I would consider classified ads to be like at least e-commerce adjacent. If you're a single person blog, just statically render. How often does the data change? And do you need SEO for that data? If you don't need SEO, you don't need SSR at all. You can just CSR all of that. No, no. Again, Fizzo, do you need SEO? That's the first question you need to answer. Does it need to be scrapable? That answer is first and foremost the number one thing you need to ask yourself. If you have to log in to see that data, then no, you don't need it because you're not going to get SEO for any of that because you'd have to log in to see that. I mean, Twitter is massively against being scraped. So I don't know about that one, right? Facebook is massively against being scraped. So I think those don't qualify either. Most scrapers don't run JavaScript. Google does a bit, sure, but most, like, there are other scrapers that aren't Google. There's ChatGPT. There's all sorts of scraping happening that is not JavaScript capable. So you need it to be statically rendered ahead of time for it to be scrapable. So if you need SEO, it needs to be scrapable, and that's it. That answers your question. So then you're stuck between, do you need SSR or static site generation? And then you decide based upon how often your data changes, as well as how many pages you have. So, Fizzo, I would still say the data inside of the chart, do you care about that actually being scraped? I don't think you do. Right? So actually the only thing that needs to be scraped is the description of what data is on the page, right? Like this is data saying crime rates for certain country. That's the only thing that needs to be scrapable, and that is really easy to do without rendering every single other thing on the server. So realistically, you can have your server rendering do a shell, and then the dynamic data just loads in after the page loads. So that's a bit more of a hybrid SSR approach. But that's about it. And yeah, one more thing to add, Moshiko. You asked about middleware. I really dislike the way that uh, Next.js does middleware. I would massively prefer the way that Dino Fresh does middleware. Right? So here in Dino Fresh, you can have middleware at like nested levels. So then for stuff that requires login and auth, your middleware is defined at this nested route, which is cool. But then your global middleware can sit at the top route. Now, this can definitely end up becoming a waterfall, right? And waterfall requests are typically not great, but sometimes some requests just have to happen before others. So, yeah, I think you wouldn't want to be doing auth middleware here at this top level. This would be for other things like adding headers or something, right? Right, adding like CORS headers or whatever. So yeah, I don't like Next.js because they force you to just do a top level global middleware file, and then you have to actually like look at the routes, right? You have to do like a regular expression check on the path to see if it's one that needs to have middleware applied. I don't know, Fizzo. I don't care about the popularity of it. I don't give a shit. I'm sorry, man. That's the wrong question. If you care about popularity, you're missing the point of all this shit. All right, so let's go look at these examples. All right, so element details is not the thing I was looking for. How about editable list? It doesn't take in props. I'm looking for a good example web component that takes in props. Hmm. Yeah, nope. Hmm. Oh, here we go. So you've been told you're going to be taking on making a new standalone project at work that'll need you to come into the office more. You don't have other projects other than your main app, so you're a bit confused, but it sounds like a good thing in general for your career. Maybe. Or they might be trying to get rid of you. And hold on, let me check on some more of this stuff. And yeah, thank you all for for helping boost the social media stuff about Gifium. I'd really appreciate your votes over on the solid hack stuff. Maybe Ryan. I don't know. Like that's definitely like a more cynical way to look at it. Yep. Yeah, that was annoying. If they were open source, I might try and look into how to fix it. But yeah, I can see why they would do that. Probably just for like, you know, file hosting costs. I would bet that if we had video output, it would work pretty fine over there on Blue Sky. Meta, I'm not sure. Does Twitter even have transparency on images? I haven't tried. I didn't even think about it. Oof, Ryan. Yeah, that's shady. Wow, that is brutal. Here's the thing, like any sane company would simply disable your access remotely and then deduct the cost of the laptop from your paycheck if you don't send it back, right? From your final paycheck. So, yeah, it doesn't sound like a very smart company, like the one that did that before, right? Like they should have it set up to where they can remotely wipe it. If not, their IT department is really lacking, which kind of hints at the fact that they're not a very sophisticated company. Most of the companies I've worked for could remotely disable my access, right? That's just smart. So yeah, if their fleet management is that bad, then no, it's not a great company in general. Oh, yeah, Ryan, that sucks, man. Yeah, again, like it just doesn't sound like a good company. So, yeah, just makes sense that they needed to do layoffs in the first place. And real quick, H. Castilla, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Okay, so yeah, you would define the props like this. No problem. Well, he mentioned that he's at a company now, but they're asking him to come into the office. Oh, and hold on. Oof. Yeah, no. Sounds brutal, man. No worries, Fizzo. That's fine. And then Fizzo, you had one more question about the popularity thing, right? Because you were thinking how Rust and Go had zero job ads on market in your country 1 to 2 years ago, but now you're seeing them more and more. So you were thinking what could be next thing like that. So you thought about Svelte. It's right. It's not worth it, right? Fizzo, you should be good enough that you could pick up the new thing when it's actually worth getting a job in. Yeah, Mayor B, we are building a presentation because I'm giving a talk at Connect.tech. They got me speaking at 10 a.m., which is brutal. But yeah, it'll be fine. Practice, man. You don't smile enough. Just stand in front of a mirror and practice your smile. If it comes down to it, you don't have to do the big old like kind of grin. Like you can do the top teeth. You can do a smirk. Right? Play with it. See what works for your face. There you go, Gokton. Yeah, yeah. Right, that face. I don't know. Yeah, practice. See, I don't get that reference because I've only ever seen maybe like one episode. What's this a link to there, the bread? Oh, yeah, 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 the Terminator smile. Yeah. That face. Yeah, yeah, that's a solid one. There's the one from Great White Hype as well. Hold on. Let me see if I can find this image for you real quick. Yeah, there's a spot in this like this character does like a really awful smile in the film, but yeah, it's probably not a very screenshotted film, which is a bummer. Yeah, having a great stream though, Gokton. Yeah, thanks for the lurk. Appreciate that over on the YouTube. We're getting close. We're at like 3850 watch hours, like ish, over on YouTube. Another 150, and I'm partner. Without even publishing a video for like the past 8 months. If I published videos, I'd be way better. Like I would have made it like months ago, but I'm slacking. I think some of the easiest videos to make would probably be just like some of the project recaps, like some of the things we build, like the small stuff. I think that'd be kind of cool. Ah, I appreciate it. Thanks to you. Thanks, Chaotic. I appreciate that. Thanks you. The unfinished projects thing. Yeah, for sure. Yep. Yeah, I feel like that video is actually like timeless. I want to try and make like more timeless content like that. I'd say if you guys want to help out, share videos like especially that one on social media or Reddit or wherever when it's appropriate. Don't spam it. But if there's a good moment where someone's like talking about it, or if you think it's like worth sharing to some subreddit, go for it. There's a rule about self promotion, so I can't post my own videos. So I need other people to help do that for me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I hope so. There you go, eight. Sure, that could work. All right, let me pop open maybe an album we haven't listened to in a while. Oh, yeah. It's probably been a few weeks since we've listened to this album. So yeah, Fizzo, no, that's just the wrong mentality. And yeah, if that's a culture thing, that's just a toxic bit of your culture, in my opinion. Like there's a phrase in the US too, like, um yeah, like if it's not worth doing, it's not worth or if it's not worth doing right, it's not worth doing. Like, yeah, that's kind of a universal phrase, but some of those phrases are just terrible. Right? Like chance favors the bold is something usually said before major catastrophe, right? It's basically YOLO. I'm good. How about you, Coder Noob? All right. So, right, we define the prop as an observed attribute, and then when it changes, attribute changed. Out via events. Hmm. Okay, so custom element examples. Web component APIs. Custom elements, shadow DOM, HTML templates, right? Let me just double check this. Yeah. 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 This is a solid album there, Fizzo. So ES6 string CSS, ES6 string HTML, extensions for VS Code. Sure. Okay, so let's just double check this. We'll go create one in something like Code Sandbox, right? Just want to make sure it works before I, paste it. Because I don't want to paste like a broken example. All right, so we'll do a script tag. Don't care about any of those callbacks. Nope. And then, yeah, the custom event stuff. All right, so we define the element, and then down here we'll do something like my custom element. And then here we'll do another script. Add event listener. All right, and then we would alert clicked. And then, yeah, so I don't currently have a template in here, and I forgot how to do that part. Oh, that's right. No, I remember how to do this. So in is it the constructor where I create the button? I don't know. Const button. I think I actually want to put this in the connected callback. But yeah, for now, we'll just do this. And yeah, document dot create element. Oh, is it dot body? I think it's create element. So yeah, this would be this dot on click. And then this dot I'm messing something up. Now, hold on. What I'm wondering is connected callback. Text is equal to foo. No. No, it's usually at like meetups or conferences. Hmm. What am I doing wrong here? Append element. Okay, so it's hold on. Oh, see? So they do it there. All right, and it's this dot append. Okay. And they do it inside the constructor. Hey, and there we go. Okay. And we can let that all be default just for the sake of space. That should still work. No, it doesn't. All right, we'll call it good. What's up, Tiago? How you doing? And you know what? Yeah, we don't need that abstraction. We can just put all this in there directly. So then that cleans that up a bit. And then just to be sure, right, click, good to go. But yeah, how you doing, Tiago? What you up to? No, no, and if it works, then it's correct enough. All I'm trying to do is make this as simple as possible. right? Because what I'm doing is I'm going to be using this as like a code snippet. So I need it to take up as little space as possible and have less like cruft, you know? All right, and the order in which we do it does matter. Practicing some CSS? Nice. And so here's what I'm going to do. We're going to make this a layout, two calls with header. Think that's what it is. Yes. Okay. So then is that not it? All right. So now I need to go to the slide dev docs. Oh, it's two calls header that way. And I don't know if we need the define. Voila. I'd say that's a good example of it, right? Yeah. Yeah, I like it. All right. So that's a good one. Let's go look at our outline again. Right, web component APIs. I'm going to want a slide for that. You know what? Let's do that. Okay, so then, yeah, as we look at it, sure, I'll want to make these slides look a little prettier. But they're not bad so far. Yeah, no worries, Mayor B. Share a link for the presentation. Yeah, I probably won't have anything shareable until a while from now. Yeah, like the talk is on Tuesday. I'll probably end up putting in work like on the plane as I'm flying out to places. And yeah, make sure y'all are voting in the Solid Hack like event stuff over in the submissions. Just double checking. And yeah, Mayor B, if you haven't done that yet, maybe go vote for Githium if you get a chance. I could definitely use the prize money to help pay for some of these trips I'm taking. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Of course, only vote for it if you actually like it, right? If you're not into the project, then don't vote. No big deal. And feel free to vote for other stuff too, because you can select more than one. Right? I'm trying to be magnanimous, trying to be like objective with it, right? All right, so props in, events, outbound. That's our last slide for the moment. Let's look at our outline and see what else we need. So we did the life cycle. We did that. We did that. Oh, I like how they had errors right there to let us know. Oh, that's nice. So I actually want to move the registry to like right after the raw custom element syntax. That's what I'm going to do. And that's this example here. So this part, well, now you know what? I'll just mention the registry on that page. So we don't need a whole thing for it. But let me get more music going. And what's up, X Factor? How you doing? X Factor, check out that pinned link or the pinned comment here in chat when you get a chance. Doing what you can to boost up that social media post, etc., would be helpful, and making sure you go vote over on the Solid Hack submissions would be helpful too. Right? Remember, my project is Githium, and then also check out other projects too. You can vote for more than one. If you wanted to be cheeky, you could vote for all of them, I bet. I don't know, I haven't tried. All right, so registry. Yeah, custom elements everywhere. So then, yeah, compatibility. We'll take a screenshot of that page, I think. How's the traveling? How many more talks left? Oh, is that not the domain? It's dasherized. That's it. Let's say this is what, 60 VH, and then W auto. Right. So then we head over to here, framework compatibility. And really, we could make that 70. Did I save? Yeah. Hello? Oh, that's right. We gotta shift right click. Does look like the height should be kicking in. Oh, we see max height 70%. There we go. I think that looks better. I don't mind it being cut off a bit. Sure, that looks fine to me. All right. And then after framework compatibility, what's our next step? Ah, yeah, so gaps. Gaps in uh, raw web components. And yeah, how you doing, Bear? What you up to? Right, and I'll talk through that a bit. Interesting they did that. That was a weird auto completion. Let's go look at our slides real quick. All right, and that links there. This is then going to be. Hold on. And yeah, what you up to there, Bear? Bear Pear. I like the name. It's a solid name. Wait. What's missing an end tag? There's seven saved yet. That's the issue. Okay, so then this is And yeah, we should probably load that up. Do I still have that link? I do. Wish there was a way to condense this down better. But yeah, we'll just take a screenshot of this. Actually, hold on. See if that fits right. Um, all the ways. Let me count the ways. Ooh, there we go. That'd be a good one. And then, yeah, for this one, layout will be image right. The image is all the ways. And yeah, from here it's HTML element based, class based. Is it dasherized? Hook based, object based. Compiler based. And I think the based part is getting annoying. Now, where did they put Angular in here? Do they really not have Angular in this list? They don't. We'll skip that last one. I'm not sure what the difference would be, one plane. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd say this is a fairly full list that you might want to go just kind of read through and check and see some of the implementations? I don't know. Yeah, Angular should definitely be in this list. Is Angular Element still a thing? Yeah, it is. All right. Well, it's in the latest docs, so we'll call that good. Let's look at this slide, see how that image is looking. And yeah, so what I think I want to do is we'll do that. And I could probably skip my talks about Angular elements. And yeah, we'll do just one more attempt at screenshotting this. There we go. That's a little better. How's it going, Heinen? What you up to? Oh, interesting one plane. Okay. All right. So yeah, my talks about Angular elements, we can ignore those. I can just like say it out loud on this. If I remember. So then, yeah, now this part, how GitKraken uses lit element. Let me find that blog post. And Yeah, we're getting close. Okay. So I'm feeling a lot better about this already. When we finished up yesterday, I started feeling like we have so much to cover that I was worried we'd even get finished with the slides today. Now, when I say finished, there'll probably be some like polishing and, styling and stuff to improve about it. But I'm pretty sure we can get all this like content in there today, which should be fun. We'll probably even have time for a rough draft. In the naysayers part, oh man, there's the Ryan Carniato blog post. I think there's a Theo video. So I'll probably have just like a few different like slides showing some of those like screenshots or whatever. Because it's true. They would fully admit to being naysayers on it, at least currently. I know Ryan Carniato was a big proponent of them, but it just hasn't solidified the way he wants. No pun intended. Oh, I'm gonna have to say that. Oh, I'm gonna have to say that. Oh, that was good. I didn't even mean that pun. Oh, that was a good pun. Ooh, turbo pun. They're just not interested in cross framework components for the most part. Well, I mean, Ryan Carniato is interested. He just thinks that web components haven't solved the problem. And Theo just doesn't do cross framework stuff, you know? And really, I think a slide at the beginning about like why cross framework components. And it's basically design systems or component libraries. And then internal design systems. Yeah, and I mean for Theo, like he just uses React. Um, you know, I don't, and this is not a dig at all, right? His company isn't big enough to need cross framework compatibility. Exactly, right? Like he just uses React. But if you're a giant company like a life insurance company that has all sorts of disparate teams, someone might build a project with Vue, another team might build something with React, another team might build something with Svelte. If you could at least have a design system that is portable between all these things, then you have consistent styling and you're not duplicating efforts. Exactly one plane. Yeah. Um yeah, for sure. I mean it's just the logical next step. Are you reading my thoughts? But yeah, real quick, let me go use the restroom and pour some more water. I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry about that. Had to pee. Alrighty. So yeah, let's actually get a slide for that. So after the intro, before the history. And yeah, let's split these out. So sharing between GetKraken Desktop, GitLens and VS Code, and GetKraken.dev. I think I want to make this the two calls layout. I don't think we need a header though. I see what I might want to do. I might want to Yeah, let me get more music going. Uh, Other media. We'll call it other media. Sure. And then it's blog post, video. We'll just show those for now. I just double check in on the social media posts. Right, gotta engage to get the algorithms to like you, right? So just making sure if I gotta type any comments or anything that I do so in a good time frame. And yeah, what's everyone's Saturday looking like? Y'all doing anything fun? I'm still sipping the water, but or not water, but tea, and might switch to a whiskey here in a bit, but I want to get more of this content out there, like into the slides first. Playing StarCraft 2. Hell yeah. I've never played StarCraft 2. I wasn't a fan of how they rolled out the campaigns separately. You know, because yeah, I'm not a competitive player. Like I'd just play the campaigns and then be done with it. Trying to think of how we want to show this. Wait, what? Is that really broken? Oh, that looks really broken. Right, so I definitely need to share that with work. Not sure what happened there. Image light box seems to be broken, at least on lit element page. Hold on. Do we have that problem on other blog posts too? I would guess no. I'm not 100% certain though. Ah, so none of these are clickable. So it might just be on that one blog post, which is better, right? Like we just need to turn it into not being like a light box, like clickable element. That's what it seems like to me. Oof. God, I hate our code snippets. But yeah, none of these are clickable. So that's a flaw in just my blog post, I think. So I'll just need to turn that off. All right, so we refresh. That looks okay to me. Oh, we've got a border radius thing that I want to fix. There we go. All right, so using lit element at get kraken. I think I need to fire up affinity for this. Well, hold on. I bet I can just find images over here. So I might still need to get affinity going. So the desktop, VS Code, getkraken.dev. So get cracking desktop. I'm just gonna go grab my own custom images for it. So let's fire up Get Cracking again. I think that view makes the most sense. But you know what? Yeah, we'll make it full size. Stupid updates. All right, so Get Cracking desktop, and then over here we'll just load up. Where is it? Get lens on the side. Do I have Get lens turned off right now? All right, and then we'll get a screenshot of that. And then we'll head to getcrackin.dev. hardcore Mac Mini. Like, dude, this thing is sweating. One of these days, yeah, I think next Friday. Maybe not next Friday because I don't remember what time I'm getting home. But next Saturday, I think I can do the setup. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And I already purchased it. It's waiting at my PO box. I just can't set it up yet because I needed to get this like done. Oh yeah, right. Yep. Yeah, I was looking at my credit card statement, and they don't bill you for the Mac Mini until it starts shipping or whatever, or they didn't for mine at least. So like I'm sitting there, I'm seeing how my credit card like statement has way more on it than it should. And I'm like, I'm not seeing the Mac Mini on there because it must have been pending and just not showing or something. Because I had just paid it off. I was just scratching my head like, why is this so much? And then I saw it like come through finally on the statement. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. 28 hundo for a Mac Mini, but I'm expecting to get like 10 years out of it. I maxed everything out except the hard drive. Hard drive, I only got a 1 terabyte. So 64 gigs of RAM, the nicer CPU, the 10 gigabit Ethernet, 1 terabyte. All right, I said that. And that's about all you can change. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm expecting it to last me another 10 years, you know? All right, so I do think I need Affinity open. Ooh, and this is already my most liked and like retweeted or re-shared Blue Sky like post. So thank you all for that one too. Y'all are the best. I mean, it's not like a huge amount, but still, highest amount for me so far. We're already at 1,000 views on the platform that shall not be named. Yeah, so I do need to create an image for this. And yeah, I'm looking forward to this Mac Mini. It'll be good. All right, how's it doing on LinkedIn? It's doing all right. Damn, Affinity. It took all that time just to show that, like, loading window. Like, dude. Ugh. And yeah, how you doing, Catastrophe? Yeah, anyone just now showing up, I would encourage you to check out my pinned tweet, or not tweet, my pinned comment here in chat on Twitch. You know, if you could go like and retweet the tweet about it and go vote for me on the Solid Hack website for Githium, that would be great. I'd really appreciate you. Winning that prize would definitely be nice to help pay off the Mac Mini. All right, so what size am I looking at? I think I just want to do it custom. It's been a while since I messed with Affinity. Ah, there we go. There we go. Is there a way to space them? Arrange, align. No. I'll just do it manually. Yeah, we're not really doing anything there. So yeah, we don't need to shout out the browser extension. GK views? Sure. We'll see how that ends up looking. Interesting. Is it not a PNG? Oh. Let me get more music going. And does synthwave belong in a museum? The answer is yes. But don't call me Junior. Okay, so here's what we'll do. I need to edit the document, resize canvas. Oh, no, I didn't want that. All right, so I'm gonna have to resize these a bit. Sure, let's save that, or let's just re-export it. It is the best song for sure. All right, let's see. Does that image look a little bit better? And actually, you guys aren't going to see it until I do this. And there we go. It's pretty close. I'd say that's fine. Yeah, I'd say that's totally fine. So then MT, we'll say 12? Yeah, I like it. All right, so now I got to think about. And actually, hold on. Let's undo that. Um, right, so get cracking components. We'll want to do it for maybe some like button stuff. Let's find that blog post again. God, yeah, look at it. Man, no mustache, short hair. Who is that guy? Who even is that guy? All right, sorry, just making sure. There we go. We'll copy that. Where'd that even go? Ah, there it is. And let's just, no, cancel that. Hey, Robotic Head, has it been 4 years? Oh my god, man. That's a long time. All right, so we'll do that. And then, yeah, on this blog post, save image as GK buttons. Oh, all right, so GK buttons, GK avatars, GK launchpad. All right, so let's see how those pages end up looking, right? We got those in there. Ends up looking a little squished. But yeah, you looking forward to some more Pal World tonight? Yeah, the breeding base is killing it now. Oh, and yeah, that wouldn't work. That was the wrong one. Hmm. And what's up, Bob Ross? How you doing? So yeah, what's the right way to kick this to the next row? I don't do enough grid. Is that it? Is that all I need to do? Pretty sure. Maybe not. Nope. Yeah, I guess we don't need the last one there. All right, and then naysayers. All right, so there was the Ryan Carniato web components. What's a good way to get the screenshot for this one? Is there a way to turn off autoplay? God, he posts so much. Oh, wait, hold on. I don't want to discard that yet. I didn't actually drag it over. Naysaying one. And he's actually just copying Ryan Carniato's thing, too. Hmm. Web components, bad. Let's just try that. Six minutes in and he hasn't said a single thing. That's funny. All right, so hold on. Is there a transcript or something? Bold claim, bold ass claim, blah, blah. I really like that Prime still uses Stream Parrot with the default Comic Sans font. It's pretty cool of him. Yep. So yeah, all right. There's at least enough anti-web component sentiment in the chat and other places. Sure. All right. So we'll call that good. So now let's get those two images side by side and we'll call it naysaying 2. A-saying instead of naysaying. Oh, and hold on. So what is a web component? It's a browser specification. Oh, come on, Mac Mini. You got this. All right, so naysayers. And then, yeah, now we move on to the mitosis stuff. And, yeah, I think we can pour ourselves a little beverage. Let me just double check. All right, we're good there. Okay. More music, though. And let's do one of these. And what's everyone up to? Enjoying your Saturday? All right, so then here we'll do mitosis. Sure. Um, I think he definitely has some good points. I think there is still value to them. I don't think it's decided yet. There are still major use cases for it, for why you would want to do web components in some way, right? So if we look at the top of this article, right, why would we want to do cross-compatible components? Well, theoretically, right, component libraries. So if you want to make a component library that is shareable to all sorts of other frameworks, that could be an option. There is still a little bit of effort into wiring up reactivity, right? Rather than just doing like event handlers. So it's about how your framework consumes them, and a lot of frameworks are not giving it the effort it needs. I think there's also, no matter what, the web component specification is somewhat limited, and we end up needing things on top of it to make them usable. So things like stencil or lit HTML or some of those other things are kind of required to make them a better experience. Right? If you're making an internal design system at a company, you may want to, create that design system as web components that people can consume. But using a meta framework on top of that would be ideal still. So in my opinion, the web component spec itself is not complete enough for some people to care. And they don't want to learn another framework like Lit. Yes, I believe that's the main thing. That is actually my biggest concern. A lot of framework authors don't care about interop with other frameworks. They're actually like way more territorial than they should be. And granted, it's a lot more effort to make these things play nice with each other. And a lot of framework authors are doing it for free. It's just something they do on their own time. Now, technically, the Svelte guy works for Vercel, and he's paid just to work on Svelte, basically. I think Ryan Carniato, is he also at Vercel? But yeah, at the end of the day, there's no incentive for them to work together. In the past, I have demonstrated web components working in like an Angular element compiled to a web component, right? Consumed inside of React. No problem. Pretty easy, actually. I have also done a talk where I used web components as a way to migrate from AngularJS to Angular. So all new components get made as Angular components and exported as Angular elements, and then you just consume that within AngularJS and then start porting them over to the new system. Then finally, once you have all your components ported over, well, then it becomes really easy to just change out your controller logic and your routing and stuff like that. So in my opinion, it's doable. It definitely leads to more overhead, though. So a lot of these framework authors are very concerned with the amount of JavaScript code that they are shipping to browsers. And rightfully so. But I don't know, man. There are plenty of cases where an extra 30 kilobytes isn't going to kill you. Most people will consume that extra 30 kilobytes with fonts, with images, with all sorts of other stuff. An extra 30 kilobytes of JavaScript code is not going to kill you. An extra 100 kilobytes is not going to kill you. right? There are use cases where they will, but the majority of applications, no, it doesn't matter. Maybe Drylasov. Yeah, that's a good point. So there's another way to do cross-framework components with mitosis. One thing to remember, though, is conference speakers are rarely actually paid. Even Gary Bernhardt mentioned he's only been paid for a conference talk like once or twice. You got to be like Kelsey Hightower level to get like paid speaking gigs at conferences. And if you don't know Gary Bernhardt, he has some of the best talks I've ever seen. And he's a really cool dude. Yeah, but Veet solves a different problem, right? Veet isn't even view specific, right? Veet is actually the counter argument to framework authors only caring about their own toys, right? Because Veet works with React, Veet works with Svelte, Veet works with Solid, Veet works with Vue. So that's actually Evan You being cooler by creating a tool that works with everything. And technically, the Svelte guy created Rollup. You know, like they all work on these things that are actually cross compatible. But when it comes to components, they don't. Oh, and I might just want to make this a cover. All right, so mitosis website.png. And yeah, have you ever heard of mitosis? It's actually kind of cool. Now, the interesting thing about it is it's made by a company that is incentivized to build something that makes their tool easier to do. That is the creators of Builder.io. So, mitosis as a way of exporting to other frameworks using Builder.io, well, yeah, it just starts to make sense, doesn't it? So, yeah, a lot of the time, people tend to make things for their own personal, like, gain. And then sometimes we can all benefit from that, which is cool. And yeah, I think mitosis kind of like nails it. I don't know if you've seen a thing that I made with mitosis, but it's called Boring Our Avatars. Keep in mind that boring avatars was something I did not create. I didn't create any of like the art styles that you see there. All I did was take the React only component that they had written and I ported it to mitosis so that I could actually export it to React, Vue, Svelte, Solid, Angular, and Quick. Pretty cool, right? But just keep in mind, I didn't create this from scratch. I took someone else's really good idea and I just made it more portable. Because mitosis can actually output to raw web components too. And I just wanted to learn mitosis. This was a good way to learn it. But the same reason that web components don't work, because lit is just exporting a web component, and wiring that up into other frameworks is not ideal, because other framework authors don't make it as easy as they could. So yeah, another way with mitosis. Bam, nailed it. All right, I think, yeah, that looks great. That's a solid slide right there. Ooh, that link doesn't resolve. So yeah, no wonder they're looking for a lead developer advocate. I feel like I've seen them advertising a job somewhere. Education engineer. Oh, so yeah, I think I know someone that might be stoked on this. Let me send that to him. And did I paste that yet? I did. Here it is. Okay, cool. That did resolve like I expected. Sweet. Yeah. Yeah, they make a lot of really cool stuff, but yeah, I'm not sure how healthy the business is. I have no idea. Hiring software engineers in India, but not in the US, definitely hints at them trying to pinch pennies, which is not to say that Indian devs are bad, but they are cheaper in many cases, right? No, no, no. I'm not going to allow comments like that. There are definitely some who are, but there are plenty of bad devs here in the US. There are plenty of bad devs all over the world. I've definitely dealt with some bad ones from all sorts of places, but I've dealt with some really good engineers from all over too. So again, like we're not going to tolerate any of those bigoted comments, basically. But it is pretty much a universal truth that devs living in India are cheaper. I don't think there's anything, offensive about that. It's just the reality. I don't care. That means your experience is bad. Like, that's anecdotal evidence that is bullshit. Like, who cares? You stubbed your toe once, so obviously toes are worthless, right? It's not the highest amount of money, but 165 wouldn't be terrible. All right, so let's consider. Hold on. I don't know, man. You'd have to ask them. So it's interesting to me that that link right there doesn't work because it's the same link. Drylasov, you're not even following? Like, nah, man. This is your last warning. Like, be cool. That last comment wasn't cool either, right? You haven't been here long enough. You haven't followed long enough for us to give you any leeway. So far, you kind of suck. Maybe, but guys, like, I really don't want this to be a conversation. It's only going to invite people like Drylasov to be even worse. Most times, when people experience problems with devs from any country, it's because the outsourcing is looking for the cheapest possible dev. When you spend the least amount of money possible, you're going to get least qualified devs. That's just it. There's an economic bias to companies that outsource like that, just in general. I just told you, Drylasov, I don't want to talk about this. Take a time out. Think about that. Your comments have so far been really shitty, and I don't need them here. Right? You don't follow the channel. You haven't been here long enough. You have no leeway. I don't care about your opinion. What up, Destruin? How you doing? All right, so I did miss some follows. Hold on. Hellhound and Repo. Thank you for the follows. Oh, the API is deprecated. You should be able to click your own name and see. Like here in chat. Just click your name. I don't know if it's there on mobile, though. Yeah, that's a while. See? Destruin, you would get a little bit of leeway, but you've also been here long enough that you probably don't need it because you understand how to chat here. All right, so what I'm trying to do is read up on mitosis and some of like the thoughts and motivations around it from their own words so that we can actually create some good slides around it. Okay, so what I think I want to do, let's look at this real quick. Wish they showed us a full list of what all they output to. All right, here we go. Targets. Wow, that is a lot. I find it strange that they're not sorted in any particular way. It's like they were sorted up until this point, and then they just started adding stuff to it. Hmm. What up, Mr. Faberdev? How you doing? Okay, how's that process? Is there like a tool that you can use? Right? So like oh shit. If you're doing Angular, there's like an actual like built-in migration tool for their CLI, which is interesting. Oh, and here's a bit of trivia for y'all. Uh, nope, wrong thing. There we go. Um, what framework did Angular fork their CLI tool from? Well, think about it this way. What was the first framework, right? Front end framework to build its own CLI tool? No, no, I mean front end framework. Again, I'm talking front end framework. Nope. The answer is Ember. Ember was the first front end framework to create its own CLI tool for scaffolding, and I believe it was also capable of like helping you upgrade too, but I can't remember if that was originally a thing or if that came later. But as far as like scaffolding out, content, like, components, routes, models, etc. Yeah, that was Ember. Yeah, I think it's a cool bit of trivia too. Okay, so hold on. We got to do two calls header again. All right, there we go. Nailed it. Like a glove, it fits perfectly. I couldn't have done that better if I tried. Nailed it. Write components once, run everywhere. That is their quote. And what is it? Is it just quote? If I get it wrong, they'll let me know. But we should go look at the docs for SlideEv just to be sure. Maybe it's fact. I think it's fact. Oh no, it is quote. All right, cool. Mm, there we go. Right, so yeah, their quote or claim is that you write components once and you can run everywhere. And it almost seems like, yeah, they're kind of right. Like, look at how many targets they have, right? So I'm just thinking about like how I'm going to phrase this. Some of these I didn't even know they had. The fact that they compiled a Swift is kind of crazy to me. So then, yeah, we need more info from their site. And let me just keep double checking on stuff. All right, that all seems good. Let's pour another beverage. And let's look at our outline a bit. So when we look at mitosis, right, we got the overview, right? We can show off some of the syntax. The framework support, we actually moved up. So syntax, and what we'll say is context is part of features. Let's get more music going, though. And somehow I was spacing out through the End of Line Club song. I really like that song. Damn. I wish I had heard it. Oh, hold on. I want to hear this song. I just thought about it randomly. Yeah, Mitch Murder. I think it's this album. I just want to hear this song, actually. But we can listen to some others, too. I think it's selection 3. Plus 2 votes. Well, don't cheat it. Like, only vote once. Yeah, come on, be ethical. Please. So yeah, if you use 2 accounts or something, then please go uncheck one of them. Yeah, no. So please go uncheck one of them. No. Definitely not okay. One vote for per like physical person, please. Come on, I don't want to win that way. Whether it's legal, you know it's not ethical, right? So, yes, please, in every case, here in stream, in interactions with me, etc., choose the ethical approach. And thank you for fixing that. Right? I think most of y'all out there know ethics is one of my one of what I think my defining personality traits. That's why I have such a strong stance about, ethical disclosure of sponsorships and things like that. Which is why I was blocked by Kent C. Dodds for so long. Now, he withdrew that because he's reasonable as well. But, just saying. If I see something, I'm going to say something. So, yeah, you did it. Thank you. Appreciate that. And also keep in mind, like, you should check out some of the other things in that list. There's some really cool stuff there. You can vote for more than one item in the list. So if you see other projects you like, feel free to vote. Vote for anything in that list. Just don't double it up. No, I'm just saying, like, I'm okay with it. If you see something cool, it deserves a star, you know? And that's fine. What's up, Sophony? So phony. Is that how to pronounce it? There you go. I really like how they made this actually selectable text rather than just an image. That's actually really nice. They did a good job with that. Oh. Now, is it JavaScript or TypeScript? That just looks like JavaScript to me. Yeah, that all looks fine. All right, so what's some other mitosis stuff we want to shout out from their docs? All right, so use store and use state. Use ref. Oh, yeah, this song gets a little wonky, so we're going to skip the rest of that album. Oh, yeah, Airwolf theme. Airwolf theme. I'm surprised there isn't a use effect hook. And what is use target for? Oh, it's okay. So it's specific to like based upon the target language. Oh, this is actually kind of cool. Oh man. Yeah, some cool people retweeting my stuff. Really appreciate that. Or what do you call it when you retweet on LinkedIn? When you re-enterprise a LinkedIn post. It's a repost. I know, I know. I just wanted to throw a little bit of shade. Why not? Yeah, it's just a repost. I know, I know. Come on. That was a fun joke, wasn't it? Linked Disney? Linked Disney? All right, sure. I kind of like that. That's not bad. All right, so yeah, we got the use ref, we got use style. All right, so then the on hooks. And I'll actually do use default props, use target. And this is where I probably want to make this another one of those layout to call header things. On init, on mount, on unmount. On update. All right. And then from here, yep, we'll do that. Context. Interesting, they don't have use context over on the hooks page. And yeah, how you doing, Gardek, Mr. Sir? Oh, interesting. The fact that it was like auto-completing that so well. Yeah, come on, stop singing in my ear, lady. Let's get another album going. There we go. So you'd like to go over to Redux Toolkit, but you cannot serialize a socket.io socket. Should you just use context for socket, or how do you keep the same socket throughout the entire React app? I'm not sure. I haven't used Redux or Redux Toolkit in a long time. I feel like I'd probably end up using Yotai. So yeah, I tend to use Yotai, so I'm not sure. I have heard of MobX as well. I don't like anything that is proxy based. I've just run into too many issues with it. See, I'm a fan of atomic state. Uh, if you're going to use MobX, there's also another thing like MobX state tree, I think, right? MST, which ends up being very similar to like Redux Toolkit as a wrapper over Redux. MST is a wrapper uh, over MobX. Is there is no dispatch. It's just an atom. I believe everything is synchronous though. Well, hold on. Let's double check it. There is the idea of async. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying it's worth changing anything you're doing. I'm pointing out that I don't know the answer to your question because I tend to use Yotai. Oh, so no, because of the way that React renders, don't assume anything is ever going to be synchronous. Right? The way like the React like reconciler or whatever they call it ends up working under the hood. Just assume everything is async. But should you is actually the main point. If you're doing that, I would kind of assume that your rendering logic is actually not declarative, right? Your rendering logic should be declarative. Simply given some state, it renders in a certain way. If you're ever relying upon that not to be the case, you're probably shooting yourself in the foot in some way. The UI is simply a function of state. The rendering should only update when that state changes. And you should be able to handle the intermediate levels in certain ways. Like, I don't know. Like, I'd need a more concrete example. But yeah, your rendering logic should always be declarative. If you're needing to await a dispatch, you're most likely not being declarative in how you're consuming state. That's fine. And then you guard the statement saying with like an if check around it if you don't want to have to do that. You should be declarative in how you're handling the state. That state could be the user is defined or the user is not defined, right? So, what is the state when user is not defined? Define that in your JSX and then define the state, right? And what I mean by state is like define the rendering logic for if user is not there, and then define the rendering logic as if the user is there. I I just say Google it. It's outside the scope of what I'm trying to do right now, man. Right? Just look up the definition between declarative and imperative. If you're running into issues where your rendering logic fails when a thing is not there, it's because you're not handling the state of it not being there. You're not declaring what it should do in that case. Again, man, I think you're missing the point, but it's outside the scope of what I'm doing right now. I'm not going to completely divert the task I have right now for your specific use case. This is not your own personal Stack Overflow. Sparringly. That's a fun one. Using framework specific libraries. I'm using Super Maven. Super Maven. It's the company that just got bought by Cursor. It's the only thing that runs fast enough on my 2014 Mac Mini. Everything else is really slow. Surprised they don't have like a big like announcement banner at the top saying like, "Hey, we just got bought by Cursor." Damn, Theo's killing it. We just looked at Yotai and Ping was shouted out in their trusted by engineers at. Now we're seeing Upload Thing. Yeah, him being there in San Francisco is like a really, really, really smart move because he can just like interact with all sorts of like startups and stuff in a really smart way. There just aren't enough startups here in Seattle for me to make that happen. And also, I don't have enough actual like businesses. And plus, he's just way bigger than me. So, is what it is. I have a couple like SaaS ideas. So, number one, there's the idea of Walter, which I need to start working on and will probably start working on when I get back on Friday. And then I have another one that's actually just so damn simple that I don't really want to talk about it yet. Like I want to get it like launched up and I want to prove out at least some of the ideas around it before I talk about it more. Because I'm not even sure it'll work. Like I have no idea how to do one part of it, which should be easy. Like it's really like a DNS problem. Like I need to figure out how companies like Vercel and Netlify handle the routing of DNS traffic. But I also need to figure it out in relation to like a very specific hosting provider. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to like fiddle with that when I get time. Yeah, Lacosa. I would say, yeah, give Supermaven a shot. It's really fast. Right? Like their listing upload thing because Theo uses Supermaven as well. I actually found out about Supermaven before I even knew that, but yeah, someone else, as I was using it, shouted out that it's the one that he uses as well. But I'm on a 2014 Mac Mini. It is not the most performant device. Really, the first thing we do when I get back, we'll see if I can do it on Friday. We'll see if I can get it going for Friday. But for Saturday, I will be setting up my own, my brand new Mac Mini. Just because a SaaS already exists doesn't mean that you can't pursue it, right? An existing SaaS product means that the idea is already proven, right? And if you can iterate quicker and you have interesting ideas that add to it, you can establish a moat before they can adapt, right? Like Shopify. Shopify was created when there were already other e-commerce providers out there. Shopify just did it better. Yeah. No, and I get that, Heiner, but like it's totally a thing. That's all I'm saying, right? Like feature flag companies spin up all the time. You know, all it takes is you being able, or you having the confidence that you can build it out in some way better, quicker, more solid than some other company. Right? Like SAP existed before Salesforce, didn't they? PeopleSoft existed before Salesforce, didn't it? And yeah, chaotic track, feature flag companies. Yes, maybe I have a feature flag tool. I don't think it's nearly robust enough or, you know, like full featured enough to compete with any of the big guys, but I'll use my own thing because it's basically free. It's just a static file. But yeah, Heiner, right? Like, have you ever seen my Trello board? Sure, we see YouTube content shorts, but then we see, you know, presentation ideas, open source, a short list of other ideas, right? Like ideas here, business viable ideas, right? Plugin infrastructure as a service. It turns out Dilibso is already doing that. So I don't know. I might not do that one myself. Right? What is the one? XDR or something? XTP. That's it. Right? So yeah. XTP is pretty damn cool. I would say check it out if you get a chance, right? Because you can get a plugin system as a service instead of having to build out your own like plugin ecosystem slash like marketplace. Sounds really cool, doesn't it? Funnily enough, I didn't even know about it when I was making my talk for SquiggleConf. I sent my slides to the CEO of Dilibso. And yeah, like when I went and chatted with him at like an event while I was down for GitHub Universe, right? Like the browser tech Wasm thing. He's like, man, it's like you were reading our mind. It's kind of crazy. So yeah, I think they're really smart for like trying to do this like plug-in like infrastructure as a service thing. They beat me to it. How dare they? But I got other ideas too. So it's fine. Like I got plenty of ideas. Right? So the main gist is anytime you have an idea, you write it down. And that's fine, chaotic track. You only have so much time. The key is you have to record it somewhere. Otherwise, it's probably gone after you sleep and wake up the next day. Right? You can only maintain so many like recurring, like persistent ideas in your brain at any one time. I think Stephen King pointed out, like, for him, the number is 10. I have at least like 3 projects that I don't need to write down because I can't ever forget them because they're so like essential for me, right? There's something that I absolutely need. But every other idea, like there's a bunch when I go through that Trello board. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Like, duh. If you don't write it down, it's gone. You have to assume that because there's only so much you can maintain in working memory. And it frees you up. Like, here's the biggest thing that I want to point out for everyone. You should absolutely never mix the creative brainstorming process with the critical, like, filtering process, right? The critical process and the brainstorming process are completely different parts of your brain, completely different parts of your thought process entirely. If you start mixing the two, you'll never get anything done because you'll be overly critical in the moment, like, oh, I don't know how I'd build that. I have no idea how I could build that, so you don't write it down. Meanwhile, in a year, you might actually be able to build it because you're better than you used to be. So every idea gets written down, and as you become better, ideas that you thought you couldn't do become totally doable. And yes, this is a YouTube video I want to make. I'm just slacking on it. Yeah, no worries, Heiner. For sure. I say it all the time on stream. I guess you're just not here when I normally say it, which is fine. How many devs would you say you need for an MVP for a project similar to Fiverr in an ETA of 6 months? So Mango, I've actually built a Fiverr competitor before. No, I updated my lens like about 6 months ago, maybe. Maybe a little like before that. And I made sure the focus was better. Yeah. So again, like they don't have it going anymore. But it was called Band of Hands. And I'm not even sure this domain's going to resolve anymore. Yeah. So when I was working at Fresh Consulting, the first major project they had me work on, besides just some random WordPress BS, was this thing called Band of Hands. And it does look like they've had more people work on it. I'm wondering, ooh, like, oh my God, yeah, I'm pretty sure this logo one of our designers came up with. It's a really nice logo. And one of our designers when I used to work there at Fresh Consulting. I don't work there anymore. But wow, they've massively increased their scope. Basically, I built out like an entire like mapping tool and marketplace system as the front end. The back end was done by some other people, but I still had to go in and help them do the OAuth thing because our back end devs didn't have that experience. But yeah, like, you know, I haven't had any hand in like what they do now. Like the older version, which I wish I could probably show you, but I don't think I can. because I'm sure like Wayback Machine wouldn't actually work. But I built out like a, yeah, pretty damn cool app. And it did take about 6 months or so, maybe a little longer. We basically build them like 2,000 dev hours, something like that. I don't remember the exact numbers. It was probably more than that when all is said and done. But yeah, like the biggest thing is to calculate it based on hours, not the amount of people. And when you're talking about Fiverr, you're kind of dealing with like not the best devs in general anyway. If they were really good, they wouldn't be on Fiverr. They'd be working at some company making a salary and working way less hard. No offense to people who do stuff on Fiverr, right? Like Upwork, Fiverr, etc. You're not getting the best of the best. There are definitely good people on there. But the moment you're going to Fiverr, you're already selecting for cost in a way that biases towards less talented people. I'm trying to like phrase that as diplomatically as possible. Similar with outsourcing internationally, right? To countries that cost less. And we don't want to name those countries, but just in general, the company that is outsourcing to another country because they want to pay less is already selecting for the less talented people, because the more talented people are employed in a more expensive way to where the company that's trying to cut corners isn't going to be able to afford them anyway. So it's not about the other country. It's about the company that's already trying to outsource to the other country is going to be penny pinching and cutting corners that they're not going to get the best anyway. Thank you, Gardeck. I appreciate it. So yeah, like I would definitely say it's about hours as one point there, Mango, and bare minimum 2,000 hours. When you think about it, 2,000 hours is basically a year of full-time work. Yeah. So if you want to accomplish it in 6 months, well, then you're going to need, I would say, at least 3 or 4 devs. Because what one dev could do in 1 year, in 1 month, 2 devs can do in 2 months. So you're looking at maybe 4 people to do it in 6 months. But the hours being around 2,000. And 4 would be like one's the designer, one's the back end, one's the front end, and then maybe like one other person who's full stack to help out on both sides. Exactly, dunkable. That's the big point, right? Right? There is absolutely talent in every country. And we timed someone out earlier because they were not willing to acknowledge that based upon their own personal experience. So yeah, maybe just don't say a comment that's that harsh. Again, like, I don't know the real numbers there, Mango. I'm just purely estimating and bullshitting, right? When we consider the 3 or 4 people, who's going to be doing project management? Who's going to be doing like, like there is so much more to just the dev hours. Some devs are faster, right? Like, yeah, there is no like hard and fast like absolute number for this stuff. I'm just pointing out that in my opinion you need at least 3 people. Maybe 4, maybe 5. But are you a project manager? Are you good at like managing developers and keeping them to deadlines and all that stuff? If not, well, yeah, you might need to hire someone to help you do that. So I don't know. I don't know who you are. I don't know your expertise, any of that stuff. I don't know how strictly you would adhere yourself to the guidelines you set forth. Like, are you going to be moving the goalposts? Are you going to be having scope creep? We focused on MVP. And MVP was the front end, back end, and people could register and sign up, and we had actual users. But MVP is important, right? Like, MVP is a very strict scope. You need to make sure you are not expanding beyond that. No. Theo's company is 2 people. So Theo and Mark. And Mark does actually the most effort, right? He puts in the most effort towards the software dev. Yeah, right? Like, people are not machines. You need people to, like, take over for others as they, like, take breaks. Like, there's so much to that. So, yes, you need a very finely scoped MVP, and you need to adhere to that MVP and not add scope creep. I'm just going to point out right now, Mango, people in your position love to, like, creep on scope. They love it. Right? We had a very strict MVP setup, and then one of the people that was the client said, well, yeah, why doesn't it update in real time? Uber can do it. Motherfucker, Uber has hundreds of engineers working on their product. Like, dude, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? So yeah, like, you need to be very strict on yourself and scope creep. So yeah, real quick, let me go use the restroom, and I'll be right back. All right, sorry, I had to pee. Ooh-ah. But yeah, seriously, look at this, right? Their platform is payroll, HR, benefits, onboarding, data security, job board, blah, like, holy shit, dude. I worked on this project, I want to say, like, 8 or 9 years ago. Have you guys ever heard of this platform? They've already still got, like, responsiveness issues. They've got all sorts of stuff that's wrong, but, like, look at how far their scope creep has gone. Right? No one's ever heard of it. And they did a pivot, actually. Like, they've already pivoted from the thing they built. So they were building a marketplace, and now it seems like they are an employee platform. So the thing you're trying to build is complicated. It's tough, and there's already multiple businesses doing that. What I would actually recommend is considering a smaller scope as far as what type of business you need, right? I've chatted with people who are, yeah, we are a Fiverr for specific industry, right? There's like Angie's List and a bunch of other companies, right? You may want to actually dial down the scope to a specific industry that isn't being served yet. similar to how Rover is for dog walking. If you're trying to solve all of those things, I don't know, man. I just don't know, Heiner. I have no idea. The client has a bunch of money to burn. For the most part, if you are not funded already by VC, etc., and you're doing it out of your own pocket or some other weird, like, personal fund, I don't know, man. There isn't enough validation there. So I'm not trying to naysay you. If you think you can do that, you need the mentality to say that I'm just wrong and you know you can do it. But I'm just pointing out that I've already seen how many cracks there are in trying to do that kind of business. Like, how many things could go wrong while doing so. That client paid an agency to build their product. That is the wrong approach. You need to hire employees because that is actually cheaper. At the time, the agency was charging like $150 an hour. That means every single person working on that project had an effective salary of $300K a year, including the project managers. That's not sustainable. So yeah, the fact that you're looking to Fiverr rather than hiring employees, that's not a good sign. You don't have enough runway to make that business happen. Because the market that you are targeting is so broad and so big with already like large incumbents that unless you're building it yourself, I don't know if you can afford it. Low cost concept. I think the key there is like, what is your moat? Right? What is the thing that separates you from like the barbarians at the gate, which are your competitors? It's because it's cheaper? No. Narrowing down your target audience is because you can establish a moat. How much like unique stuff needs to be done in a UI to support dog walkers versus just a generic Fiverr? Moat as in like M-O-A-T, right? A moat in medieval times was the water gap around a castle. And you would have to lower the bridge to let people in. That moat is what keeps people separated from your castle. In the case of Rover, which is the dog walking service, their moat is that their UI is very, very specifically made for dog walkers. Fiverr would have a real hard time solving that business problem in as smooth of a way. Because the more they focus on trying to take Rover's business, the more they're not solving problems for the rest of their user base. Does that make sense? And Krasner, feel free to chime in. Krasner is far more of like a startup person than me. I'm using what I've read and learned and, some BS experience. If you hear me like, leading people astray with my comments, just feel free to chime in. Let me get more music going. Right, like Krasner, would you consider that like Rover's moat? The fact that, number one, they had first mover advantage on the dog walking aspect of things, but they also have a moat compared to other like Fiverr type businesses because they're trying to be too general, right? Rover's moat is being like very specifically tuned to one niche. And that was the thing. I chatted with someone at KubeCon who works for a company that does physical therapy, but like at your home, and you hire them basically in a marketplace like Rover or like Fiverr or whatever. So yeah, physical therapist as a service, right? Like coming to your own home instead of going out to them. That business exists. And that business can exist because to do so with Fiverr would involve way more fine tuning of their UI that is probably not worth their time. So instead, niche down and really assess your total addressable market, your TAM, right? Okay, so it's more like the audience providers and creators, and then, a specialized UI thickens it, right? You can steal a design, stealing an audience is difficult. And yes, because they have first mover advantage, they have the audience providers and creators. So instead, try and like find a niche that isn't being set like serviced properly. And that might actually be a legitimate business, right? Like Krasner, you had a what was it, like a um landscaping like business, right? But theoretically, like a landscaping marketplace could be its own like niche marketplace, right? And that's not necessarily what you did. I think you like franchised or whatever, right? So slightly different. And yeah, first mover advantage is what FMA is. Yeah. But maybe I misunderstood. Like, I just remember you talking about the landscaping thing. And that's not what you do now, right? So, like, you sold that, I think? Right, but like you were maintaining like the workplace, right? You were maintaining like the I'm like spacing on the name, like the workforce. Yeah? Rather than like just being a marketplace for it. Because Krasner is a mod, right? So green box for mods. There's like a purple box for VIPs. I think subs even get like a special one, but I can't remember. Anyone who's just a sub, not like a mod or a VIP, chat real quick. I don't know if we even have any. They may not be specifically paying attention right now. Oh, the bread. I think you have a sub, right? Can you chat real quick? Just so I can see if it's like a different chat window. And sorry to call out a lurker. That's my bad. And if you're not there, that's fine too. What's up, noob coder? There you go. Okay, so we don't have a specific sub like styling. All right. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Ooh, let me check over on Discord. Shitload of comments over there. Okay. So it looks like gaming needs to happen. All right, so one thing I need to do before I do anything else is I need to create a slide for this. Uh, Not slide, GitHub repo. Right, I need these slides published up to GitHub so I can pull them back down while I am traveling. Windsurf? I have no idea. Oh, wait. Is that another VS Code fork? I have not looked at it yet. I can't really do any of those until I get my new Mac Mini because this 2014 Mac Mini is just too slow. Yeah, there's another company, Kodo, which also used to have the Codium name. I haven't really had a good chance to like put their tool to the test, but someone I spoke with at the BrowserTech.wasm event in San Fran heavily like pushed this tool. So yeah, technically they're an investor, so I get it. But yeah, I'll still check it out. I have it installed. I just, generating tests. Well, I mean, I'm making side projects that don't need tests right now. Technically, and someone asked, yes, we will be working on Walter here when I get back from my traveling this week. So I travel tomorrow morning. I gotta leave the house at like 6 a.m. Ugh. And I won't be back until Friday. I will be able to stream Friday, I believe, unless I miss my flight, which is definitely a thing. It has happened before. It depends on the conference. The New York thing, no. I might be able to get them to cover part of my Atlanta stuff. I'll see. I'll reach out and ask because, right, this talk that I'm giving for the Atlanta conference, Connect.tech, it heavily mentions GitKraken, right? And I'm going to give GitKraken like a major like section of talking about the product and all that stuff. So we'll see if they're willing to cover any of that. Like I'll ask and we'll see. I won't get them to try and cover like food while I'm out there. I just want them to try and cover like the hotel and the flight. They'll at least be covering one of the flights, which is my flight from Atlanta to Austin, because there's an event on Thursday that is very much like company focused. And yeah, I need to book out some stuff. So like when I went to GitHub Universe, that was fully covered. I need to submit some of the other expenses, but yeah, like GitHub Universe fully covered. because that's one that they like sent me to. They like asked me to apply for the speaker role, right? Like that kind of stuff. So yeah, it just depends on the conference. All right, so I saved those. Let's go back. So it's presentation dash cross framework components. So that one's tough, right? Like just going to a conference, you're probably not going to get the whole thing covered. They might cover your ticket if there's like a knowledge dev like stipend per year. Right. I know there are definitely companies out there that will pay like up to $1,000 per year for knowledge development, and that includes conferences most of the time. Typically, that'll just cover your like your ticket to the conference, though, not like your flight or hotel. All right, so that is pushed up, and I can pull that down to my other machines. Let's do a refresh and double check it. Oh, come on, Mac Mini. You can do it. I believe in you. Okay. So yeah, I'll pull that down onto my work machine, and I can start working on that on the flight tomorrow. It's a long flight, so even if I sleep for like 2 hours to catch up, I'll have another like 3 or 4 to work on stuff. So yeah, 3 or 4 more hours to complete the content for mitosis stuff, and then adding my own slides to it. Pretty confident I can get that done. Presentation is Tuesday. Like Tuesday morning, 10 a.m. It's like Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. my time. Like, West Coast time. Like, no, it sucks. I booked way too many events, and I didn't tell Connect.tech that I couldn't make it. So I fucked up. And yeah, like, I'm not going to bail out on them 5 days before the event. So I guess I got to change up my plans for what I was going to do in New York. Is what it is. You know, I'll eat that. That's my fault. It means that like the venue, right? The hotel that Connect.tech booked out, I didn't actually book the hotel, so I'm going to be covering that out of my pocket. Hopefully I can get the company to pay for it. We'll see. Doubtful, but maybe. But whatever. Can't take the money with you, and you know, I realized a bunch of profit from crypto and some stock stuff recently. So worst case scenario, whatever. But yeah, we should go raid someone because I need to go hop into gaming and play some Pal World with Robotic Head, Acorn, and Algo Bro. And yeah, we'll be over there tonight. I'm actually gonna have to do like a little bit of video stuff. I should be able to knock out that video stuff though. Yeah, we're gonna be streaming that gaming over on Griffing and Chill, which is my gaming channel. So let me at least share that out. Griffing and Chill is the gaming channel. So give it a follow. Make sure, you got that. And then, yeah, we're going to go raid someone. I don't even know who yet, but we'll figure it out. All right, let me just double check some other stuff. All right. And yeah, what stream should we go raid? What do y'all think? Oh, wrong thing. Oh, I see Midnight Simon going. I see Connect.tech. I feel like we've rated Connect.tech more recently than we've rated Midnight Simon, though. I see Crutchcorn doing his Angular Signal stuff. Ooh. We see Next Level Pool. Oh, that's cool. So here's the thing. Simon raided us just the other day. I'd like to repay that raid. Oh, he's like in the middle of a contest. It's maybe not the best timing to raid Simon. Let's go raid Matisse. Am I streaming tomorrow? No, I won't be streaming again until Friday. My flight tomorrow is at like 6 a.m. or 8 a.m. or whatever. Which is a bummer, but is what it is. And then I am definitely not traveling anywhere. Anywhere. For at least like a month and a half after I get back on Friday. And hey, Nikki, Mr. Sir, how you doing, man? Yeah, we should do some like collaborative content at some point. Yeah, good to see you. Been a while. I got to meet B. Dougie and I forget her name. I got to meet John as well, like when I was down at GitHub Universe. Like, yeah, that shit was cool. Little bummed you weren't there. Little bummed Zayu didn't show up either, but, you know. Becca, yes, exactly. I thought it's John. Oh, you're at All Things Open, that's right. Right, John, he's like a maintainer of Cobra and Viper, right? That John? He did a bunch of AI stuff for you guys? I think it's John. I'm terrible with names. Yeah, yeah, Cobra and the AI stuff. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Okay, so it's John. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I got to meet him in person finally. All right, later.